more like a recognition. Where I need to get healing items. And while I'm on my way looking for random fights, I'm going to be trying to get the other reputation thing up as best as I can. So I have an idea of what I want to do. Because for Mukuragai and Beyond, we're not going to have very much, but because of how things work, I'm going to we're starting to eat like 100 of these things. I want to do everything that gets my I will need to head to a I just had to keep on. I don't know how this is gonna work out, but let's just see. I need to make sure that I parry him. I don't know how well this is gonna go though. Only because so I can still. Before I do this, actually, I want to make sure that that this is how we unlock the. I want to make sure that this is how we unlock the. I'm trying to get this one last hit. Actually, everything else requires thing, but I need a. There is one thing I just want to check because I want to check that before I do the thing because I think it's right, but I also don't really know. I just want to see how they trigger it. Because if I can see in the video, I didn't check that when I was doing this, but I wanted to check that myself. It's Book of Revelations. This one. There is one thing I just want to check. I forgot to do that in my previous. It actually mentions here. Parry with L1 and Brawl Style eventually the action will appear after you parry almost exactly the same. I guess it's the same. It's apparently just based on parrying, which is kind of weird. Eventually we'll get it. So I just realized things. It looks like it's the same. So I think I just need a parry and then it works. Wait, they got it by just parrying. The other one I had to parry now. Wait, I believe. I will have to keep an eye on my health though, because if I go below but I saw the way that they got it was just through parries. They didn't push anything. Dude, that one there is definitely the reverse throw. They said it would come eventually, so I think maybe we have to end this first. I'm thinking about just, if I get too low of health, I'm just gonna fight. One more hit and I'll probably have to definitely is a trigger from the thing, because I saw them do the thing, they didn't push any buttons. Oh, I'm just gonna end the yeah, I made a mistake. It's so weird though. I looked at the video and actually I should probably look at the just unfortunately got that for all of them. I should check the thing before this actually. Their thing here shows the parry with L1 and Brawl Style, eventually the heat action will appear after you parry. It shows him parrying and then that appears. And then if you go and look at what the other thing was that I saw, it actually just goes and shows like he gets it he gets it through parrying as well. We already have reverse throw. This one here it says parry with L1 and Brawl Style, eventually hit action will appear after you parry. Almost exactly the same trigger as for the previous one. So maybe it's like a similar thing where I need to trigger the thing. It's hard to know. It's not really explained. But we are heading to Gion first because what I'm trying to do right now is get to. I'm gonna get all the heat actions, and once we get all the heat actions, the only stuff left is like what's in the Diligence Records. And the Diligence Records are pretty much just use weapons where possible, eat at all the restaurants, eat a bunch of items that we're gonna get later on, handling stuff, and then upgrading the things. Thanks for getting me, it just goes me dry, but also I want to check to see, mentioning that we get it eventually, but I don't know. I want to just do a test to see, I want to do a test to see if pushing the triangle button after the parry here will actually, count. But it doesn't look like it. My timing is once again terrible. Saying that it can be just from parries, but then I've read somewhere where it's not from parries, it's from like the, it's from attacking when we're also about to joy as well. I don't have any healing items. I need to go and find a thing to pray to. That way I can get some of these items I need. That's not good. Wait this. really just that's please let me just despawn it. I'm trying to it's hard for me to figure out because the first one I remember doing it was like we had to parry normally, and then when we got the opportunity to push triangle, it was like what counted. But here I don't know, so what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably just try parrying again and then doing the triangle, but I feel like that's not going to be accurate because it's mentioned about fighting the thing, but that's not really clear. I get from this. Trying to avoid enemies so that I can get to. Should be able to use at least heal this way. I have any heal items apart from the passion pills and the fresh water. If I can. And they need to heal to like get normal health anyway. I'm not really sure. The video that I saw just showed them doing the counter. The video sort of showed them doing the counter and not the not punching. But if that was the case, I'm supposed to like think like it's weird. But then I'm seeing other places where it says you should have to do that. But it's like I really do not know. Not being very clear. Okay, so I think here there's only like 2 things we can do. So we need to eat at restaurants 50-something times. So I'm going to eat at the more expensive spot first. The only reason I say this is because it will by eating. Actually, no. We'll get it done quicker if we eat at the more. If we go to the other place, it will only allow us to eat. One thing at a time. Here, it will count as eating 2 things at a time. And also, it costs more money, so we get more virtue. And then at that point, I need to figure out what I'm doing with Mukaroga. I'm probably going to we'll pick everything that's most expensive. This way we get most you get 2 things that count towards eating at a restaurant, as well as you get 2 things for eating at a restaurant, as well as reputation up for the place. We'll keep doing this until I get the restaurant thing done, and then I'll head to, and then I will figure out what the next thing is. I think I'm not going to head to Mukaroga and just buy a bunch of weapons. I'm going to probably just spend the virtue on. The chances are we're going to have to grind to get. Chances are I'm going to have to grind to go and get what I need anyway. I wish the thing was more clear, because it was mentioning that both times we get a few parry. But the first one I had to parry, and then I pushed triangle and it gave me the thing. This one here, it was just parry and then it happened. That's... did a thing appear for this? Can't see because they've got it over the thing. What sucks. Didn't check what. Please just not have any ads playing. God, I hate YouTube sometimes. I just want to see what the heat actions are. Yes, okay, whatever. Grand bruising. Right. I want to check the thing and then I'm going to take a break for a second. Okay, all it shows is that that's not what I want. And I'm going to take a break after this next thing.
Oh, my.
The last thing we did is we kept countering, and then it was like, oh, the heat action appeared. Here, in this case, the heat action wasn't appearing. And it just said to keep attacking, so I don't know. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back in a second. I'm getting a bit annoyed because I know what I have to do. Like if I go to the abilities section, the only thing I can think of is it because I haven't bought this. Actually, no. Wait a second. I just realized I don't have access to this. So if I don't have access to this, that means that I should be able to trigger it right now. Because technically I haven't bought this. That means if I do parry and I push triangle, because I noticed when I was parrying that I can push triangle, and yet I haven't bought this. So that means it would work. I guess I'll actually have to try it. I just realized that might actually work. That actually might work, yeah. Guess we'll find out. So I couldn't remember if I just realized it's like I was thinking to myself, it's like I haven't technically unlocked reverse throw. So because I haven't unlocked reverse throw, it shouldn't work. I haven't bought it with as a thing.
Ho ho.
I also don't know how far this is leveling out the reputation, but I can't imagine it constantly eating here. I feel like I'm better off just buying the reputation points. They're like 1,500 each, and we're gonna have to grind for levels anyway, and it's gonna be much quicker to grind for levels than it is to do all this stuff. And the reason I'm here is because I can get I can eat 2 lots of food here, and it counts as 2 things, and we also get some stuff. I didn't actually think about that. You know, I'm trying to figure out. It's like, did I that when I was already doing that, and I can't remember now. There's a chance I could have been just wasting time trying to figure it out, but I guess we'll find out in a second. Well, we'll find out when I go back into grind. I've got like 40 more times to eat.
いい味だ。
どうもお気に。
いい味だ。
どうもお気に。
Taking a long time to level up. I don't. The game doesn't get. It just tells you what level you're on, rather than what how much it takes to get up to each level or whatever. We had to eat it first try anyway. Better to get the other stuff up, so we might as well just do it here.
Oh, うまい。
どうもお気に。
Like, I just realized, like, hang on a second, I am parrying, it's correct, and I'm not getting, I shouldn't have the thing unlocked, so I technically don't have it unlocked. Even though I completed it. Just counts that. But there's a chance that I've actually already got what I need.
Ho ho.
どうもお気に。
No, I do see I do see it coming to the end. Okay, there we go. We did get a level up there, so that was after what? How many? That was after like what? Eating here 5 times. But I'm guessing that the requirements are the same, so yeah, it's at least going up. But the reason why I'm doing this one here is because in Mukurogai, there's other options that I can do. Here, there's only these 2 options. So, because there's only these 2 options, it's like I may as well just eat here. That way we at least get this up a little higher, because if I have to resort to other options, if I run out of virtue, for example, I at least have ways to get the... I at least have other things I can do. But I'm not confident in completing Sensual Healing. I don't think I'm going to do it, so... Unfortunately, I'm not going to probably get the platinum for this game, but at least we'll have everything else done. But to have that one thing out of that... To have that be the one thing out of the game that I can't do is a bit annoying.
Ho ho.
どうもお気に。
おー、うまい。
どうもお気に。
The one that's level 9, I think that's Rakunai. There's the pharmacy that's there. I can just buy medicinal items. And then we can use those medicinal items for healing. Obviously, I'll buy the cheapest ones. That way, I can buy more of them. And also, that way I can get the thing done much faster.
おー、うまい。
どうもお気に。
So next time I go and do the thing, I'm gonna, because I'm getting mixed things. It's like I'm getting things where it's like parry and attack, and then I'm getting things parry and do this other thing. I'm seeing another one where it's like parry and it does normal, despite the fact that I think. But now I'm also noticing after I do the, parry that I have an option for a heat action, and it's like I shouldn't have an option for a heat action here because I should have an option for the heat action there. Because I don't have the reversal throw unlocked. So it's either, 1, I need to have reversal throw unlocked before to do it, or 2, that's unlocking a new heat action. I don't actually know. That was also the first time that I noticed that I had that heat action available in one of those fights, so I guess we'll find out. And it looks like, as far as I know, it's a heat action that only targets one enemy, so...
いい味だ。
どうもお気に。
No, it's fine. If I make the mistake, it's... If it's there and I've got it, then it's fine. It just means I can do something else. But as it is, we're going to have to grind... As it is, I'm going to have to grind for... levels, and... Not really sure if I've decided the best way to do it, but everything that I have is available. As far as I know. Because I looked at all the stuff that I have available to me. I don't need to be in any specific spots. It should actually count. All of the stuff that I have access to, I have on me, and it can be done in any general fight. The only thing I'll have to keep an eye on is weapons that are lying around, so I can use those, because I need to destroy 50 weapons. I could see, this stream should be a fairly long one. Depending on how well we go, I could see, like, the next stream, depending on how long that one goes, potentially being the last stream for this. And then I have to try and figure out what the next game's gonna be. Probably would be, well, I don't know, because I don't know if Resident Evil 4 Remake is... Resident Evil 4 Remake is multiple playthroughs. However, I don't know if I would be doing that. I feel like I would only play it the one time. Because I should stick to the easiest difficulty and then all that other stuff as well. And then I'm trying to think about what else. I have Wolong, I have Octopath Traveler, I have... Wolong's not on yet, but it will be once this gets deleted, it'll be on. Right, so the requirements for the levels increase as time goes on. Because we've eaten 190 here. So I had a feeling that was going to be this, but hopefully the amount of virtue that we have is enough to carry us through the rest of these. Because if I don't have enough levels, it's fine. All I'm trying to do is just trying to make it so I get enough. If I get to the point where I have to eat food items, I'm probably just going to either updating the reputation levels first, and then after we get the reputation level up. After we get the reputation level up, then I would just use the rest of that to buy training mochis. Use that for free XP, and then until I get the eating food items thing. And yes, that would be it for that part. Then I'd have to do the 400 medicinal items, but I can just buy those out in front of an area and just keep using them until I have no more to use.
Ho ho.
almost eaten at the restaurant. At that point, we'll figure out what's next.
Oh, うまい。
どうもお気に。
I think that's what I want to do here. I need to figure out what the order is, because all the other stuff we're doing is just, hey, find a random fight and then do the thing. Do stuff.
Hmm.
どうもお気に。
Alright, so there's our restaurant trophy. We don't need to eat here anymore. Eaten 200 times.
Oh.
どうもお気に。
Now we have eat 79 more food items, and then 116 more medicinal items, and use the palanquins 30 times, and what else would I do? Actually, now that I think about it, I could do, like, I know where I have to head for this. I want to get, like, a whole bunch, I want to buy a whole bunch of training mochis. And, like, I'll buy 79, well, I can buy, like, 79 training mochis if I needed to. I haven't really thought about it. But what I want to do is I want to try and earn some stuff before I do this. Medicinal items. Because, like, the thing is, like, we need to buy the medicinal items so I can just, I'll get a bunch of virtue for doing that. Palanquins will also get, like, some virtue for that too. Might just do the palanquins next, actually. Actually, might make sense. Because I can, what I'll do is, I'll use the palanquin I'll use the palanquin here, and then I will transport to an area in Mukurogai if possible, and then, where would let me go? Ibu, Rakugai, Fushimi, Rakunai. Which one do I need to level up? Because I don't think I can do it. I can't go to, that then. So I'll go in between here and the other one, because it might give me... which one do I need to level up? Level up... So Rakugai is the one I need to level up. So I'll go in between this taxi spot and one in Rakugai. Where would I head next though? Next place I need to head to would be the Rogue Guy, I think. Actually, no. The next place I would head to would be. Let's just keep using the taxi spawns here until we get to the 30. The idea is to get as much virtue as possible. That way, I can then decide how much, how many items I need to buy. Keep using the palanquins between Gion and yeah, just see if it levels it up. And this will give us virtue as well. And trying to think if there's anything else though. The only thing that would be left that could be long is just level grinding, but I'm pretty sure that I can just do the Gunman arena, and then that should give me levels, I think. But if not, I can just do one of the missions. It's hard to know what else to really do. It's so Raku guy, they didn't. Just hope that that parry one is the correct one. If it's not, then I know bring it right, but it feels like I am. I think I'm supposed to like do a thing with that, but I had to earn it, so not that I can complete the diligence. I'm not that far off. Rocket guy. Where we're heading? Going between Rakugai and Gion because those need reputation levels up. And I think using taxis gets the reputation level up. I'm hoping that because I remember noticing the heat action and I thought, wait a second, is that the other one? But it's like maybe it is the one I'm looking for, but I don't remember getting that when I was doing so. There's a chance that it could have been that, but it was not, I don't know. The way that they got it was triggering. The way that they got it was just doing the thing it looked like, but it didn't mention about having to actually hit the heat action. There's a chance that it could be that, but it said attacking as well, so that's where it's confusing. I had been doing that quite a lot as well. Like there's a video out there that shows all the heat actions and then shows them getting performed. It doesn't show the setup to get to them, but then there's another video where it shows all the heat actions and it's mentioning about that it was just for parrying, but whether that's clear or not, I don't know. Unfortunately, the only way to get stuff up here is to do the minigame or thing. It takes it's going to take way too long. I'd rather just use the virtue on the thing to spend those. That might be faster. Then again, I also thought that was going to be faster for training orbs too, but it wasn't. But 3,000 EXP isn't too bad. That's essentially quite. So it's still decent. Just not as much as I thought it was going to be. Considering we need another 11 levels. Not sure what else I would do, because the weapons one's going to happen as we go around looking for random enemies. That's another reason why I don't think I'll be doing battle dungeons straight away, only because I don't think the battle dungeons have random weapons lying around. They might, but I can't remember. The arenas don't either, though. Fortunately, it doesn't tell me how far I am on the reputation meter in the. But I guess I'll have to just keep buying the reputation point things until, because it doesn't mention how far. It mentions about Virtue being hard, and it's like Virtue is not actually very hard to get at this point. Like we have 800,000 of it. And all we're spending it on if we don't use it is going to be training buns. What's left now is eating food in the inventory enough times. Additional item. And leveling up these. Alright, so... And then the heat actions, obviously. So if I find any enemies, I can do the heat action. Buy the items. I buy the items first, that means it's going to get me, because we need 114, I need 116 healing items. I buy 116 healing items, and then figure out where I should buy them as well, because I can't, well, if I buy 160 healing items, I don't think nowhere in Beyond can I buy them. Nowhere in Road can I buy them either. So I guess I'll just... we'll head to the pharmacy. I know where that is. I need like 116 healing items. I'll just buy the absolute cheapest. I'll buy the absolute cheapest items. Those. Really, I missed you. Need healing items, so I will head to pharmacy here, buy the healing items, and then head to figure out how many, like, well, actually I don't even need to do that. Probably gonna buy the... I'll do the reputation point. Something else that I can really do for those. It's like, I don't need the training bun. So I have plenty of items here that I can use as food items. Anything extra I can just do that, but I want to make sure I get the reputation up. That's going to be important. Alright, let's see if this is actual trigger or not. Is it? Okay, it was. So, I just made a mistake. But I don't recall seeing that until after I'd already things. That definitely needs to be mentioned. What I was missing. That should unlock. Well, not you see. But that's nearly everyone except the only one I haven't unlocked yet is the swordsman and the two more that I haven't unlocked yet. So now we have those unlocked. Let's see what else we need to do for the healing, for the see what else we need to do for the heat action. Now I need to now that I've got that out of the way, I need to look at what heat actions I've still got left to Get those off the list. And I've got a bunch of items there that I can use to build up feet. I can use the items, also the items, I can use the furniture there to build up feet. And also get rid of the thing. So, where is heat action? Okay. We have all the brawler ones. Swordsman. So we need the Adaxu. An enemy. So we need to do an enemy near a wall. Right before an enemy attacks with a sword, and when there's 3 enemies in close proximity. That's a spear. Ah, okay. We'll get this guy first because he has a. I need to activate it before he hits me with the sword. Thank you. I need to. There we go. That's the first one. Second one is near a wall. Like grabbing him, but this do I need to be near a wall, or does the enemy need to be near a wall? And I both of us need to be near a wall. That should work. Okay, so the Adachi is just a giant sword. Alright, we've got 2 of those out of the way. Fight these enemies so I can get the thing, because we need the next one we need now is 3 enemies in close proximity. Damn, I need them in close proximity. Okay, that's what I was looking for. That was what I was looking for? Yep, that's the one we're looking for. On that. Last one is... so we need to guard with L1, then press triangle right when an enemy attack hits to push them all away. During the push animation it will. Why unlock this? I don't know. That's the other thing. I don't know if I've unlocked the. Don't know if I've unlocked the ability for this actually. No, I have not. I can't actually do the sword one yet because I need to unlock that. That one's 3 enemies, we don't have that, but we had that before, so we can't do that one. Then... let's see if we can do this. I need to see if I've got all these unlocked or not. If I haven't, I'm gonna need to explain stuff. Actually, no, I do have everything unlocked. During the animation for shoving shot. So I need to figure out what shoving shot is. Shoving shot, we have to grab an enemy and press triangle. During the animation of shoving shot, obstacles will appear to move the thing in a circle. Okay, so I need to do the thing in the circle for that when I use Gunman. Correct. That looked like it was supposed to be like a... That counted. That looked like it was supposed to be a roller move. And the other one is... While wielding a cannon and have a fireworks ball in the inventory. Okay, we don't have a cannon, I don't think. I need to get one of those. I do not have a cannon. I think I do. No, I do not. I need to get a cannon. I can't do that one. I'll buy a cannon from Mukurogai person. These ones here, there's plenty of them. Rain of Steel and Fire. I got an R1 near an enemy and press triangle and wall for them. I don't have any heat, so I should actually, I don't have any heat right now. Do this. Build up heat. I need to put on heat. I need to also use weapons. Let's reach. Else I can grab around here? I can't do anything. Alright, I have the heat now. Let's swap the wall dance. Oh, I used this. Okay, so I've got 3 options then. Someone's easy enough. Right, we'll head to Mukurogai because I need to buy a cannon. Buy a cannon. Buy a cannon. Yeah, we're working on the battle one, which is here. We have to destroy a bunch of improvised weapons, because improvised weapons are essentially like the things that are just lying around on the thing. I haven't been using Brawler all that much, but there's going to be certain areas that these are going to be really easy on. There's plenty of weapons in Chijo Street or whatever that I can use, so as long as if I get a battle there, I can take advantage of that. And there's usually plenty of enemies as well. And while dancer, I need to remember that I got those. Should swap the Gunman because I do have. Swapping to Gunman, I do have a ability that has 3 or more enemies. See if there's any weapons around that I can use. Thank you. Again, let's check to see if there's any weapons around that I can use advantage roll. I need to build these. I grab this. Right, gather 3. I think I said there was 3 enemies together. What? That was good enough.
Oh, 天道様に誓う。もうせえへん。We're heading to the... I think he sells cannons. All I need is 1.
Maido.
Alright, so now... still working on heat action. Need a couple levels 4. Improvised weapons by doing... I think I said the next thing I was going to do was head to the medicine. Buy the medicine. I should probably bring them further down, but... Fine.
どうはついて
Breaks. And I think I've done all the... so the swordsman one I can't do because I need to get this. This one here I need to do. Gunman, I have a cannon. That's right, I need a cannon. I need to wield the cannon actually. Forgot to equip the cannon. To do that now. Got the cannon, and now it's just anything, isn't it? The giant cannon. There we go. Alright, and I think we go back to Wall Dancer because everything else is Wall Dancer. Everything else is Wall Dancer. So we have the triangle prompt and the... We have the triangle prompt as well as the... one. Need to buy the medicine. I should empty my inventory so I can buy. And I'll need to empty my inventory each time. At least here we can build our heat with the items. Like right now we don't have enough heat, so we'll choose the use all these. Oh, we have heat. Triangle one. Now we have to. Now I have to do the normal one. Now I'm gonna do the rotate one. Heat up again. Have I run out of Let's do all monster. Now we need to do the rotating one. Oh, okay, that's where that move comes from. That's okay. Okay. Back to. Okay, so I'm gonna empty my storage out, obviously, so that I can fill it up with. I need to fill my storage up with healing items. I need to buy them. There's gonna be a lot of back and forth. Right, alright, what heat actions have we not done? Got 3 left and 2 of them I can't unlock yet. So 1 of them I haven't unlocked yet. I need to level up. All the Gunman ones are done. And then 2 more wall dancer ones. I think they're both ones that are locked. So Typhoon or Steel and Fire. Okay, so Dance of Morning, pressing X to evade near an enemy wielding a sword in this prompt will be available. They don't need to be attacking, but this move finish with a trigger. So I need to evade near an enemy wielding a sword, so I think I just keep spamming. And then I got Majestic Dispersal. While near 4 enemies, hold R1 to lock on, and this prompt will be available. See, might need to unlock those, I'll just check. Although I think that's this one's locked. Okay, this one here, I got the other one already. That's what typing, that doesn't matter. One of them I have, I just need to build up the heat. This one here, I need to keep spamming. I need to build up my heat and just keep spamming evade near an enemy with a sword, and it will. So if I evade near an enemy with a sword, it will do the thing. So the objective is to build up my heat first, and then do that. And I gain access again right here. No, don't. Please make my boy. Supposed to be in ball. Now the issue is that I moved them away, so they're probably out of reach now. These guys have... That guy's... I might be able to reach those. Need to get my heat up. Then... keep evading near a guy that has a sword. Apparently it'll be alone. But I need to check his again. That one there's... I haven't unlocked. That's what makes it so. Could probably have done the other one first. At least now I have access to it. Actually, that one might be better because it requires 4. This one requires 4 enemies. The other one requires 4 enemies. So while you have 4 enemies, hold R1 to lock on. Okay, I should do this one first. 4 enemies nearby. Works. This should work.
これはこの感じはひらめいた我典型を得たり
That's not the one I was. That one's just. That one's the one where we dodged. Wait, which one was this? I think that was the singular one with the dodging of the. Not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, Dance of Morning is not the one I was looking for. Yeah, I'm looking for the while near 4 enemies one. Oh, I want to walk on the top and be available, so I need to build up my heat again. I think it's because they were. I don't have access to these. Right. Oh, I guess I was trying to aim for the one. Only 2 more to go. I'll need to find a thing with 4 enemies. Go to the guy here. We'll buy 40. Buy 40 of his cheapest healing items. Right, now we'll head back. We'll do this 3 times. The reason I'm not chucking them down right now is because I might need to use them for later, but I need to buy them anyway. And buy 34 more. I will at least get this out of the way. Right. Oh, next up, to get the other one, I need to have 4 enemies. The other one, I need to then do. 4 enemies around. I then need to level up to get the other one. That's it. And then we're nearly done with that. We have bought the. I've bought all the items that I would need to eat for. Actually, I need 2 more. Because I bought 100. I bought 34, so 40, 80. Yeah, I needed to buy 2 more. I need to buy 2 more of these. We'll have all those done. And then all that's left is just getting these maxed out, and then getting the rest of these food items, which I will use. The next thing I will do is head to the Virtue Center. Then necessary, the Virtue Center, right outside the Virtue Center is the thing anyway, so I can just spam eating the. At that point, we just have to level up. 114. 16. We're at 84. That's 16. Okay, so the next thing to do is head to the Shinto Priest Shrine, and we buy what we need to do there, because you can go there and buy the remainder of these, and then we can also, well, before we do that, we will get the upgrades for these done first. I just want to see how far they go up. I'm probably just going to buy as many of those training mochis as possible, so I can level up. That'll at least get my levels up a good amount. There's a fight here with 4 enemies. Hopefully this is. Sorry. Hopefully I eat. I have some. At least some way to build up heat first. I'll pick this one up. Do I have anything else I can? Alright, we'll just But next thing to do is I'll buy the reputation points. I feel like I could get this finished tonight if I really depending on how long the grind for the stuff is. Go here. I'll save the game just here, just in case. Goes wrong. I don't know how long this is going to take to get this up, but I have plenty of virtue, so I'll do Gion, Mukurogai, and Bakugai, I think. Order. want to do. So Gion's on 5. Oh, they're both on 5. I'll do Gion Mukuro guy and then Raku guy. I don't know how long this is going to. I just want to test it to see how. That's 4, 5. So it's actually taking it, but we're gonna pay 1,500 for it. So it's much faster than doing the other one. Other way. Not like we have anything else to do in the point. Like, I don't need a ton of training orbs. But it'll just make something a little bit... We're at level 7 right now. I only need, like... Well, I have all those fresh water as well, so anything that I... Once I get everything here, I'll just get the mochis. We've still got to... Now all the mochi's going to do is give us some levels that will make this a little bit less grindy, but we're not getting that much. We're going to make a big difference. Who knows how long it will take to get the, and I have all those other waters that I can use as healing. And you gotta remember, I still have the rewards that I get for getting these up as well. The Diligence Records reward us with virtue. So we're actually gonna gain more virtue as we go. We'll gain virtue back for this as well. So I've already spent like, what, nearly 200,000? It's gonna be the same for Rogue Guy, but at least this is better than just going back and forward buying food. And the reason I went back and forward buying the food was because we needed the trophy for the, not the trophy, we needed to do the stuff with the thing anyway. We needed to do the achievement thing for that. Well, not the achievement, the Diligence Record for eating. So it was better to just eat somewhere where I knew it would increase the reputation. And we're not gonna, for the grinding methods, we're not gonna gain any reputation, so stuff anyway, so might as well just use the thing for this. Alright, that's max for that. Let me earn... so Gion's done. Right guys, next. And then Raku guy is like already on level 9, so it's not going to take all that long. Considering the amount of virtue that we have, and like, thing is like, getting this amount of virtue is easy. Like, if you sell the weapons that you get from things, you're gonna make tons of virtue back. And then we get virtue for completing this anyway, so we don't get all of our virtue back, but it's not, we don't need it all. I'm just gonna use this on training mochis. Raising the reputation level here is faster than grinding through with the other stuff. pretty much at the point where we've finished everything. Okay, my task. Well, I don't think I'm gonna go back to completing. I don't think I'm gonna go back and try and do that other thing. I just don't think I can do it. I don't think it's possible for me to beat the. I don't think it's possible that I can beat sensual healing, so I'll probably just not do it and move on to something else. We've already spent like, we started at about 830,000. So just leveling these up, it's cost like 300,000 virtue, but again, virtue is worthless at this point. We don't really need it. It's only going to save me a little bit of time for levels, and even then, it's like we can earn the leveling up much faster in other areas. I shouldn't level up very much though, because the amount of money that virtue that it's cost to get just through one level is quite a bit. At least it doesn't extend though. Fuck you guys next. And then I guess I'll exit out of this. That way I think I'll get all the virtue for what I got. Okay, that's weird. You can actually buy reputation for stuff that's already maxed. That doesn't make any sense. There we go. So we spent like 400,000 virtue on that. Then we earned like all that a bunch back as well. That's everything here. Okay, so now we need to buy. I'll use the rest of the virtue to buy the training stuff. That will get this finished. Then all I have to do is just keep using medicinal items, and then it's gonna be just the training stuff and the that's all that's left. And then I'll look at trophies and stuff. Use the storage, get all the stuff out of my inventory. Oh, I can't put any. Guess I can't put any more in. Oh, limit still. Oh, 99 is the limit. Okay. Alright, well, we'll just exchange the virtue for the. Sorry, we'll talk to the priest. We don't have anything else to spend the virtue on. We'll buy what we need to buy here. What's left. The battle one we'll get as we do the. We're trying to get the heat action. And then we're just gonna eat all these items. And then the heat actions we have to level up for anyway. Alright, we'll go ahead and start using these.
食ったな食ったな
Shouldn't matter if we're full. Make any difference? I need the.
食ったな
Like all of these will give me HP that we need at the level. Well, it gets a little bit closer to levels, but we've still got the last 9 levels are going to have a lot of XP that we need to get anyway. But I'll try to get as many of these as I can. That way, it will reduce the amount of XP I need to do. We nearly got a level all from those. I need to buy the. There's a roller move that has this. Not that one. It was. Not that one. We already got. There was a brawler move that I have to buy that I haven't. I need not a brawler move, a swordsman move. We need to buy this one. That way, we can unlock this last hit action up here. What we need to do. Right. Buy more training. Don't you? Oh, buy food. We'll buy 10 more. I'm gonna leave the amount that I have currently, and then I'll do the other things. Each time I eat one of these, it will give us 3,000 XP. It isn't a whole lot, but at least it's closer to level 99, which is gonna be the very last thing we have to do. With, I don't even know what the fastest way to level up for that is. I feel like it was gonna be the arena, but I also don't know.
食ったな
40 more items of those to go. I don't know if I need any specific other move. Pretty sure I can't use these here, but I want to. Okay, you can use them here. I don't want to do that. I already have. Like, if I use them here, I'm wasting the orbs. I don't think any of these are going to go. Checking to make sure that I haven't missed any potential things. I think everything else should be fine. So all I'm going to do is just fill in spots to. We need to fill in spots so that we, because we need 1, 2, 3. So we're at level 90, so we're gonna get 9 more. So that should be 3 here, 3 here, and 3 here. Next up is it's just to. Anything left is to build a medicinal item, which I can just do right now. So. Glad that you can use items while you're not at full health, because I think in some of the other games you weren't able to do this. I'm only doing this now so that I can start gaining more virtue, so I can use it for other free level stuff. Then once we've done that, we can once we've done all the free level stuff, I will buy any more mochis, and then I have to figure out what I'm doing next. But we should have access to every. I should have access to every possible skill now. Actually, I have access to. Did I make a mistake? I don't think I did. I have 2 skills left. One of them was the swordsman deflect one. So I had not made a mistake. I've not made a mistake. One of them is the one that's left is the one where we have to block use the sword to block the hit and push the triangle. And then we have the one where I need to have 4 enemies in an area, and I hold R1 down. And the only other thing left to do is use the items. I think what we would do after. There's 2 raid actions to go. We have the destruction of the other things which you can get while we're trying to use those. Then we have just trophies left. Need to figure out what I'm doing. believe. $40 more food items. And then just this last one. 8,000. 8,000. And then we have, how much do we have? We have 48,000. Alright, so I'll go and buy the last two training merchants here. And then I will come back here later. Get the thing up again. And at least get one.
Oh. 食ったな。
I think that's it. We just need now to... All we need to do now is just do the blocking with the sword, and then the last heat action that will get all those heat actions done. Destroy the rest of those... Destroy the rest of the weapons. Get it as we go, and... The last of the healing, I mean. Like, what's that? I gotta just... Actually, how much do I have left of these? It's like I have 28,000 and I can only still get... that's 8,000. That would be, 36,000. I'd be able to get, and this one here would be 44,000. So I'd be able to get four more. I'd be able to get four more of those. I said it would be, yes, I had 16,000, so the 26 plus 8 is 34, and then 34 plus 8 is 42. So I'll be at 2956 is how much I, so maybe I can actually still, 2596, let's see if I can actually break this apart. Still get one of the... Oh, I looked at the wrong number. Wrong number. I was looking at the, Sorry, I was looking at the, next level. Sorry, I have 6,000 virtue right now. That would be... Added 16,000, that would have been 22,000. So... Yeah, would that have been correct? Because, 6 plus 8 is 14, 14 plus 8 is 22, and then I just bought the 20,000. So yeah, that, I can still get only 2 more. That's as high as that's going to go. That means until I get these two done... If I get these two things done, it's going to be... That's the best I can do. I need to go and buy... I'll need to go and buy... 34 inventory. Actually, no, I don't need to buy any of them. I can just eat the ingredients that I have. I have like 34 of them. Or I could just, yeah, 34. 34 I could get 34 items from the thing. That would be fine. And then after that, that would get that up. That would be those two things, the actions. And then at that point, it's just strictly trophy stuff. Those rates. Actually, I can't remember if these count as edible. No, they do not. We can't actually eat these. So I could have sold these. I just realized now. It's like I could have actually sold. I thought these counted as me being able to eat them. They do not. Okay, so I'll have to go to one of the shops and buy. Let's go to one of the shops and buy 30 something. I need to buy like 30. I need to buy 30. 36 items. About 36 items. I think there's one of these down here that I can buy those from. Maybe I can buy 36 items. Buy 36 items, eat those. Counts as a food item, one of these. Like a 30. Go ahead and eat all these. That should be. That should leave us with just one item. Okay, so we should be at $3.99. Yep, but $3.99. When we get the battle thing done, that will get us to the thing. We'll go back to thing, buy the mochi, then that will get us to 400. There's the other thing, we can get the other mochi, do that. That will complete the Diligence Records. And then the completion list, we just need 2 heat actions, and then I can see what else I need to do. See if I can get see if I can find some enemies. I have to get these. There's some enemies here. And there's plenty of things to destroy here, so I'll do that. However, we want to sort them first. There's like 3 enemies. That's what we want to do. We need to do that until we see the prompt. We need to do that enough times till we see the prompts, and then we can get that out of the way. The heat action involved in this. The heat action. So that I would get a pump off. If I'm doing this correctly. So I think we've got to do it several times. Okay, there actually is right there. I just saw there was a thing. I need to let go of the. Need to let go of the thing when I do what I think. Oh, no! That was wrong. I did it wrong. Alright, go up beat again. Alright, try it again. I don't know why it's now that it's done. No, I don't. Alright, try this again. I think it was because I was near the pole. Last time. They're constantly getting deflects now. I think eventually it will happen. Assuming this is the correct way to do it. There we go. This should also be the last revelation, I think, as well. Unless Majestic's supposed to do also a revelation, but I can't remember. Nope, that was the last one.
なさい。許してください。ずっと。
Hey. Not that far off the road. Pretty much it. So we still have one more. I need to still break a few items. I also need to get the last hit action done with I need to get the last hit action, destroying a bunch of stuff as well, which I think it's better for me to just stick around here and fight because there's a bunch of breakable items that I can do here, whereas where I'm going to the other side there's going to probably be a lot of at least down this way there's enemies and then it's also close by to the don't know how many enemies I'm dealing with here, but I think it's just 3. Well, we're not gonna get. As it is, would need to build up my heat anyway. At least I can use this to build up heat. That means anything else here that I can really grab item-wise. Try to build up heat then. I'm looking at what else I've got left to do. It's like pretty much just enhance 100 times, kill 100 enemies with special abilities, and then get max level. I'm looking for a high form enemies. I don't know how many enemies are up there. I guess we're gonna find out how many are there. Hoping for 3. So why am I? They're on the bridge strong stuff there. So we could potentially finish this tonight. I just don't know how long it's going to take to level up fully. I'll just spawn a 3, which I need more than 3. I need at least 4 enemies. But here I need to also I only have 1 heat action, and I need 4 enemies for that. Once I get the thing here for getting all the stuff with these broken, I'm gonna then Probably head to somewhere where I know there's going to be more than... Yeah, it might actually be better to go to, might be better actually go to the battle arena, so I can do the 100 man and use wall dent. That's the other. Alright, so now we just go to the now we just head to the thing, we go and get the mochi. We'll go and get the mochi, and then that's complete the Diligence Records. Why do I keep only finding 3? I need to find all of that. That's 3. I need to find a group of 4. We're about to complete the Diligence Records. And then at that point I just have a heat action to do, which I'll go to probably the arena for. I don't know what else. I hope that there's a quick way to level, but I don't think there is. Should have been just using these training emojis, but it really isn't. Training by Fukus. Alright, there we go. Nice, we'll get the last one. Trophy up. May as well get the last one, because we're not going to be earning any other. So, unfortunately, like, I don't think I can do this, even though I've got everything done for the completions. But, Gunman's stats is going to be leveling, enhancing the equipment. I'll go ahead and do that. So then the last thing can be The last thing we do is we can break his stats, which would be like a fight. You know? And then this will happen as we're doing the thing. Let's just go and... that, because I don't know how long the leveling's gonna take. And I also have to go individually talk to... I have to also individually go and talk to... I'd have to individually go and talk to... each, thing and fight them, I think. Okay. We're now at the point now where we have all the Diligence Records complete. We only need to do one more heat action. Unfortunately, I don't see myself being able to do that with the last minigame. That's going to prevent me from getting the platinum, which really sucks. If they patch it, and make it easier, then at that point I would come back and complete it. But I just don't have the confidence to be able to do. I don't think I'd be able to do. So right now we've actually completed everything apart from heat actions, which we need the right thing for. So we only have trophies left. I only have trophies left to do. I only have trophies left to go, so I've got to enhance 100 things of equipment, or enhance equipment 100 times, I should say, which is going to be us using seals on a random weapon, which I'll do. And then I have to use special moves and stuff. So see how it goes. That was a golden snake, actually. All the Diligence Records are done, so go ahead and back here to craft like random seals on a weapon. That's all we have to do, so we get the trophy done. Use it. Oh, we can't. I think I have a weapon that I don't need as a element. Yeah, I was using this, wasn't it? Alright, so all we have to do is just keep making, keep using these, so let's just keep doing this until we get the trophy for... Keep doing this until we get the trophy for enhancing equipment 100 times. Before I do this, I'm going to save the game just in case there's a glitch. Not a glitch. I'm gonna save the game here just in case. It's like you have to do it to 100 pieces of equipment, because then if you have to do that, I have to go and buy it. But I've already done it at least 40, close to 50 times, so, or if not around 50 times. So we only have to do 50. Do this next, and then. Oh, that's another thing I need to do. I need to make sure that I pick a different thing each time. Otherwise it's going to upgrade the enhancement. If that makes sense. I don't want it to do, because that means it reduces the it's going to reduce the it's going to reduce the amount of success rate. Don't want that. So to do this 100 times, put the trophy box for that. And then we'll go into the next thing. Realize one thing I should check is, I should have checked before I started doing this, if I can keep doing this on the one thing, but all it says in there is enhanced equipment 100 times. It doesn't say enhanced 100 different pieces of it. But I haven't been paying attention to how many I've done, so... Yes, we'll see if it works. Yeah, this thing actually does make me think that it's not one, like, I need to do 100 pieces, because this is like, it says here it's an enhancement, so it's like every time you complete one of these, it's now, and like, who's gonna use, well, then again, you could also argue who was gonna use all the equipment that they had before, but, still, I think that's what it is. I don't have 100 weapons. If I knew that, I would have then think, but it's like, it would have also been, should have also been mentioned in the, thing anyway. Should probably check, but I don't think it's gonna matter. It mentions to enhance. It doesn't mention to enhance 100. It says on the trophy says enhance equipment 100 times. It doesn't say to enhance 100 different pieces. So that's why I'm thinking that I can just do this. Yeah, so you can like do it after. If you can keep doing it on the one, so what it looks like. Yeah, so you can actually. Doesn't say I have to do it 100 separate equipment. Yeah, okay, so it actually mentions this trophy is awarded for adding seals to weapons or armor 100 times. You have to touch all 45 seals with your armor. Like, it pretty much is. It doesn't mention anything that we can't do it on the one item. Because I put all the others on the one item and it was fine. Didn't tell me that I had to do it uniquely. I haven't been counting how many seals though. Just wait for it to thing to pop. So I did 45, and then if you count like greed and the other ones, it was like, so I probably done like 40. I've probably done like 48 or 49ish or something like that. Okay. How many of these are failing? Especially with a 90% success, I think that was 2 fails in a row. 3 failures in a row make it. That's, lucky. 3 failures in a row with a 90% success rate. Okay, is something actually bugged with this? Have I upgraded it too many times and is that why it's failing? Because that's 4 fails in a row. And I know these are rare, what's the thing? Okay, it was just bad luck. It was bad luck then. We had like bad like 3 times in a row. 4 times in a row. 4 failures, including 3 of them on like a 90% success rate. That didn't even happen in my normal Pretty sure there was a way to tell how much I've done in the game. Not telling me. Oh. If they fail, it wouldn't count as an enhancement. At least I don't think it would. It'd be very annoying if I had to do it on 100 different pieces of equipment, but the game doesn't mention that it just says to enhance equipment. But you can enhance a piece of equipment 100 times over, so what makes me think that it's fine. And if I go through all these and I still haven't got it, then I know that there's a problem, because that should be well and truly over the 100 that we've done. I haven't seen anywhere that said you had to do it on separate equipment. When the description just says to enhance. When the description just says enhance equipment 100 times, it just means, to me that makes it sound like, 100 times, just you can enhance any form of equipment. I don't know if that means it counts failures or not failures, but that's the way and everywhere that I've seen has suggested that you need to. And then the only thing I saw was like, oh, you can do this with one seal, but then you need to like dismantle and then reassemble it again to thing. But it's like, why? I don't need to do that when I can do this. getting a little bit concerned now. So I've done 40. I know I've done 50. But then most of the ones that I did that were successful were first try, so. That's the other thing, because some of these have been failed, and then, I don't think enhancing equipment where it's not successful is counted. If I don't get it by, like, if I don't get it by the end of all these, I think that, like, know that there's a problem. Got another 90% fail. Really? Again, that's two now. Two 90-something% fails. That's amazing. Not like I need these. I've already done everything here to do. I don't see anything online that's telling me that I even do anything. I haven't been counting the enhancements. Whether things count or not. Maybe that's my mistake. It doesn't say each individual item, it just said to do it 100 times. But then that also should be failing the thing as well, because technically I'm in hand. Alright, there we go. Happens that we can just repeat on the same thing. Right. Now we just have... we have to break Ryoma's stats, which we need to get to level 109 to do that, and then we need to beat 100 enemies outside of special challenges. Now I need to figure out what the quickest way to level is, then we can start doing that. That should be, and then once we've reached the levels that we need, I can go ahead and do some of them off. What I'll do is I'll probably level up one of the styles first, or level up things first, and then I'll go and do the thing, the fight there to get that done, go back, do some leveling, then do the same. Fast way to level up. they're only mainly talking about the actual XP, which I don't care about. Like, I'm just talking about it. I want a specific, like, area. Because I need to get the styles maxed for the trophy. Battle dungeon. I mean, battle dungeons are a good idea, but, finished all 3 battle dungeons, currently 5 XP from the 3rd dungeon. 3rd level, 30 XP each turn. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've taken the Vortex Pistol, which has increased fire to the dungeon, did 100 men knockout if you set the accessibility settings to hold. You can farm XP and experience points lazily, you don't need to waste your yeah. That's I'm thinking that is probably what my plan was gonna be. I'm already doing that anyway, so I will probably just do that. So don't need action assistance on. You don't want style change on, and don't want automatic hit actions on only because of this. Alright, so I'll head to the arena. Figured that would be the best way. The 100 man knockout is. Where are we headed? Heading. The arena. Also, I need to keep an eye out on. I need to keep an eye out on enemies. If I find a group that has about 4 or more enemies here, we want to make sure that they're all grouped together, and we can get the last hit actually. Please, right. Right. Yep, there we go. Stop something for. Get all the heat. That's all the heat moves. Alright, now we can go and, gun. Swap the gun and then do the 100 man knockout. Before I do that, I'm gonna head to see what the unlock for the. I'll have a look and see what the unlock is for. I'll have a look and see what the unlock for the finishing the heat actions is. I don't think I'm gonna be able to complete the unfortunately. I'll check how much experience points I gain. I'll check how much experience points I gain when I I'll check how much experience points I gain after one round of the 100 man arena. See what it is. $98 tickets. Just see what I can do. Oh, so she's still got the, what's his name? So the only thing left to complete is leveling up and completing the. Whenever I have the ability to use heat, though, I will use the special. I need to do that to get a trophy as well.
これ何個目ですっけ。もう一回回せますよ。出た。はい、どうぞ。もう一回回せますよ。どうだ。当たり。景品です。もう一回回せますよ。出た。
Basically, we can use these for.
これ何個目ですっけ。もう一回回せますよ。
How are they doing this to think
はい、
that
どうぞ。
I don't actually know how long this will take because it takes about with just gun. I feel like it's gonna take with just gun. It will take with just gun. It would take like probably less than 10 minutes per round. But I don't know how much experience we earn. And I feel like it's quicker than doing. I feel like it's quicker than going through one of the missions for. I feel like it's quicker than going through one of the missions for the battle dungeon, only because you have to actually find all the stuff. Whereas here in the thing, you can just fight what you need to fight. I want to see what this is. What the. Fortunately, I don't think I'll be returning to the sensual healing minigame. I just don't think I can do it. I know I said I would return to it, but I don't think that I have the patience to practice and try and get better on something that's basically because the problem is every time you get hit it resets the thing, and then if you just get hit really easily then it goes and falls. So, pretty much what I'll do is we'll head to the thing, check to see what that is, head to the arena, finish that off, and as I get levels I will of course update my levels. As we get levels, I will update my. As we get levels, I will update my things, and then whenever we get a master, I'll head back to that master, talk to them, do everything there to get that broken, and then we will. After we get that broken, we'll then go back to the arena and grind some more, and just go back and forth and do that, and that should be it. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I guess we'll find out. Hopefully it takes, like, within 2 hours-ish. Okay, board for you. Hopefully I can get it done within, like, 2-ish hours. That would be beneficial. Around that time, because then I can finish the game. We got a war god amulet for that. That would have been okay, but. Alright, to the arena. After we do that, we'll just. I think the strategy is just to hold on. If I have heat, use the gun move. Because I need to kill 100 enemies. I need to keep that in mind. You have to visit Kamaki last, I believe, to break our thing, but for Kamaki he mentioned specifically. I think for Kamaki he specifically mentioned we need to be like level 99.
よう見てってくださいね。
know I don't have to do any of these anymore, but I just want to do them in case we can, like, eventually, if we get, like, a bunch of bonus virtue or something like that. Actually, that's something I should use, that I'm at the point now where the only thing I need to do is... I'm at the point now where the only thing I need to do is grind for levels. So what I should do is I should exhaust. What I should do is I should just make it so I can. I should just sell everything that I have. Because the only stuff that I'll need is. I just realized that I can do that. What I should do is I should sell everything that I have, because the only stuff that I'll need is everything that if I sell everything, then I can at least if I sell everything, I can at least use the virtue for. I can use the virtue for because the what's his name? Forgot about that. I could have actually. Now I can use this to. I don't need any items anymore. So if I can sell everything that I have, I can hopefully get some virtue for. I don't need anything else. Because then I can just buy a bunch of training mochis and then I've already... Getting 100 kills isn't going to be... Well, I guess I should have fought some enemies on the way. I thought I could eat the produce, but I couldn't. I actually could have sold this and finished some other things sooner, which would have been better. Anything to get, like, extra virtue for extra things to reduce the leveling will be fun. But we don't need any of this anymore. But the reason I left all this is because I thought I could use the produce, but apparently I can't. Which there was a sell all option. I've done everything in the game now apart from getting levels, so this is my way of trying to get levels. If I get to a point where it's like I can't make any more virtue, then that's selling items for stuff is gonna gives me a bunch of virtue, depending on how much it's worth. I've used all my virtue up, I can't get virtue anymore. The only way to get virtue more would be to do what I'm doing here. So, let's go ahead and sell everything, see how much we can get and then go to the arena. Hopefully that gives us a lot. Hopefully it's fast. I think we're level 90, or I think we're level 90 right now. And I have 9 more skills, 3 for each one. And I've already gone to see the gun guy, so... You know what, I actually just realized, like, even if I get to the point where the only thing left to do is like, let's say that I don't finish the grinding today. If I don't finish the grinding today, then I finish it tomorrow, but I finish it without the 2-hour thing. What I think I'll do at that point is I will do like a last grasp set of attempts on the sensual healing game, and if I can't get that done by the rest of the time that I have left on the stream, or something like that, then maybe we, get what I'm saying. So, that might be what I will do, actually. If I finish leveling today, obviously that will probably be the end. If I do not finish the leveling today, and the leveling is, I guess, we'll see how we go, because I was thinking, it's like, well, I haven't gone back and tried the sensual healing minigame yet. I just don't feel like I have the confidence to go and get much farther with it. So, we'll just see how everything goes, but at the moment all I'm trying to do is just level up. If there was a quicker way to do it, I would do it. But at least with this stuff I can sell it, and this will get me the rest of the... Because there's no more virtue that I can get, which means if there's no more virtue that I can get, I'm better off just grinding the levels in the arena. Because the quickest way outside of that would be using the training mochis, but we can't buy anymore. So this is the only way to buy more, by selling everything. I probably should have done this before But the reason why I'm doing this now is because, this is the last ditch attempt. What will happen after this is I would just head to the arena and then just fight there, keep fighting, and the only difference is that the weapon is heading to the areas and seeing everyone there. Much faster if there was like a sell all thing, or if I could just back things or something, but as far as I know, this game is also not going to... That's the other thing, because as far as I know, the DLC for there's not going to be any DLC for this game, like, post-Ishin DLC, and even if there was, it's like I've already... there's probably going to be another separate grind anyway, so... Right. Everything. So that'll at least get us a couple more. 100 more. Oh, not a couple hundred more. Now it's going quite fast, I don't know why. I don't know why... Was I pushing it only one at a time? Maybe I was only... I don't know why it wasn't going by this far. Maybe the reason why it wasn't going... I can't remember if I was pushing it one at a time. If I was pushing it one at a time, I'm sorry, but... I actually didn't realise paying attention. Could have just been doing this. I think I was pushing it one at a time, actually, yeah. I should have just been doing this. I don't know why I didn't do it. I'm not gonna get that much else out of this. I don't know why I didn't do this, why I didn't hold down the button. Save time. Don't think I was thinking.
毎度おいらっしゃいませ。毎度お気にいらっしゃいませ。
Yeah, because what else do we need? Like after this, it's like what we need to do is head to the arena, fight. Once we get level, head to the other area, go back to the hippo doing that. And if we get it done today, then that means I will probably. If I don't get it done today, but then I have streams less than 2 hours, I will do like a secondary, like see if I can last push or whatever. See if I can do it. Right? Nice sell. I want to keep that. That should be equipped on me. Alright, let's just go. Spend the... Go to the thing and spend the... I also want to see how fast the... I want to see how fast the thing is though. I'm actually thinking like, if I did Sonata that's 5k, I can go and... It's still, I think it's still slow because like we're earning about, that would be like 8k, whereas I can do... if I do the arena and I check how much that gives me, that might actually still be beneficial. And because Gunman's leveling up, I can also... Because Gunman is leveling up, I can make Gunman powerful as well. I'm not really sure. Because it's like 5,000 for Sonata, and then if we get something rare, we can sell it for him, but then that gives us 8,000, but then we have to go back and forth. Versus just constantly doing the arena.
ほほ食ったなほほ
Level 91. Now we'll head to... to see how much the arena gives us. The arena gives us decent. If the arena gives out decent. The arena gives out decent. The arena gives out decent EXP, then it's probably gonna be faster. But I'm thinking like, if you do Sonata, that's 5,000. But then if you get a rare item, we can sell it and then go and get another mochi. That's 8,000. But then we have to leave and come back and. So it depends on how much we make here. Where if we make like 30 something thousand here at the arena, that's gonna be much faster. That seems to be a lot of what people are recommending. Anytime I get one of these things, I can use.
強すぎるだな。想定外だ。
Yeah, there's one of the missions that take like 6 to 7 minutes, and someone mentioned that they were doing that one to 6 to 7 minutes, but then someone mentioned like go to the vortex and do the 100 gauntlet as being the fastest. So we'll see if that works out. It sounds like it's more fast because we can then probably finish that faster. We're just shooting non-stop and the enemies constantly spawn. The only issue that we have is the enemies that boss enemies, but then if we have heat, we can just use it. And then also when we have heat, we'll be able to use it for we can use our special move. I guess we'll see. This is like the last thing. In all honesty, like, so it's like if we finish this tonight, then I will probably do some attempts of maybe sensual healing. If that doesn't work, then I will be. If we finish all of the stuff on the thing, I'll attempt some stuff if I have time. If I do not finish it and it's within 2 hour same thing or whatever, I will. Not within the 2 hour thing, I'll probably do. Still not really sure. Do 100 Man Beatdown, Gunman. I'll check what my thing is. I'll check what my experience points are before I do this. Experience points are 6, 2, 7, 8, 9. And then when I get heat, I will load up mine. Get position. Maybe it's better for me to like load up on the get max heat. Not like I'm going to. Let's see what happens if I get to the max. Okay, let's try it now. Oh, I'm getting level ups for this as well, though. You're the only one. Okay, I guess I took everybody. I guess I took everyone out except for him. No one's spawning in. They're taking forever to spawn. Taking them out so fast, they're not. Maybe this is not too bad, but I need to see how my... I'll need to see what my EXP is like. I have the 2 guns. I've got the 2 guns. Like levels, but I haven't got any normal levels right now. So determine how far. It's 67,000. Let's see if I can get someone. Probably just trying to solo one of the boss and deal with everyone else. Solo on the boss and try and deal with everyone else. Now do this. Hopefully enemies spawning. Oh, that's the guy who shakes his sword. And let's see how we did. Well, see how I did in the next one. 3.5. So in 3.5 minutes. In 3.5 minutes, we earned the how. In 3.5. So in 3.5 minutes, which is probably less time than it takes to beat Sonata. I'll see how much experience points we earned. We leveled up at least 3 times with Gunman. That's. I didn't earn a level up for the thing, but I wasn't expecting to. In about 3.5 minutes, we leveled up. Okay, this is definitely faster. So in like 3.5 minutes, we leveled up by almost 30,000. Versus the other time where it's like you can level up by like 30-something thousand, and it takes like 6 to 7 minutes. So it's definitely faster. So this is the fastest way to go. And we can level up Gunman as we go as well. Can I pick any of these? Because if I can, I would just... Okay, we can't. You have to actually go in order. So we can update Gunman here and be even get it even faster. So 3.5 minutes to get this is good. We'll just try and focus solely on getting... Focus solely on trying to get damage buffs. We don't need everything else. This is definitely faster. Boss to come in, use the thing here. Try and stop with the boss actually. That way I can every time I try and solid the bosses so that I can then build up my heat to get rid of them. Now I can line everyone else up. We need to get the ability for the... We need to kill 100 enemies. We need to kill 100 enemies with the ability here. This is definitely faster. Put up our heat on the boss. And then find a spot where everyone can be hit. Block. We need to kill 100 enemies with these abilities. Pretty much go around and just kill all the enemies so we can wait for the next boss. Yeah, this is definitely faster. Oh, I was trying to get rid of that guy. Issue is he is a gun. Okay, you. Yeah, get rid of the gun guy here because he's keep shooting fire at them. I knew this was going to be a problem, so I was trying to aim for him this whole time. Right, I'm just going to do the thing on me. Yeah, this boss is bad. I'm trying to aim for the boss so that I can then follow up better. And where they all are. Yeah. Might be a good idea to just wait for the next boss guy to come out the same way I did. Use the... Okay. Now everyone should spawn back. This is definitely much faster than the other one. Right. Get everyone in position. Finding the boss. Easy peasy. So like, you can get this done in about 3 minutes. Not like we're getting any things either. So we'll just keep doing this, and then by the time we get that done, we should be okay. And like every time we get the Gunman upgrade, it's going to make it go fast. Like that time we did it in 3:30. So that time we did it in 3:17, so we saved like 13 seconds. We didn't earn as much XP though, which I noticed. Not sure what the reasoning for that was. I'm trying to think what the strategy is. I need to build up heat. Try and fire at the boss, and then probably better to try and fire at the boss. But yeah, make it a fire at the boss and complete. Why are you not firing? Sometimes he'll like now we can line everybody up. Try and aim for the boss again. Right. I think now the issue is that no one was spawning me. Right, so now we've got the next boss. These are in a good spot. This time I'm not gonna. I think I'm just gonna. Now we can slowly after the boss. I'm gonna just kill the boss, and then that way I can go ahead and aim for everyone else. There's our there's a what? Yellow Ninjas. Alright, this time I'm gonna just use this because Yellow Ninja is fun. Deal with the Yellow Ninja as fast as possible. Then at that point I can. Yellow Ninja is annoying. level up's halfway. I'll probably at this point wait for this to happen. Boss one of the enemies. We go, we don't have to do that anymore. Now we can just focus on shooting them. Well, I'm guessing it's probably still quicker to do that anyway. Okay, see now we're doing it even faster, so in 3 minutes we beat this thing. So we went from like 3.5 to 3:17 to 3 minutes. So, and of course every time we're going to upgrade our attack, so... the only thing left to do now is breakout attack, which we need to reach level 99 to do it. So keep repeating this until finish. Or at least until I will go and if I do get a style level up, I will hit that person and do it. Only because I know that it's faster to it's definitely faster to do that. So I've only got one gunman upgrade there, but follow along. Gotta go for heat moves first. Wait until the boss comes out, because that way all the enemies are available. I didn't check how much appearance. So it's gonna be around the time I'm gonna use it. I'm trying to aim for the boss side. Aiming for the boss is better because killing off enemies after this will be more than the next one. Because I don't need to get the kill. Because I don't need to get the kills. The 100 things anymore. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to save it until the next boss spawns, and then just use it when the boss is out, because then I can knock them down. And then I can just shoot them while they're on the ground and not have to worry about it. And the issue with doing what I just did is that now this happens, but I don't have a great amount of enemies. So it takes forever to come out. This is definitely faster, because if we can get it to like 2 minutes or something like that, then we're saving us time. Try and fight the boss first, that way more enemies will come out and spawn. I don't know if the boss appears every 20 enemies defeated or if like right here we've got plenty of them. Use the rest of the time to build up the heat and the next boss.
お前はここでしまいや。
Doesn't matter who you do, yeah, lost for you coming out. So we earn the same amount of EXP each time, so about, we won 1,000 or something like that, and we're on 37,000 now, so nearly 30,000 EXP for like 2 minutes of work. 240 at the moment we're at. Hate it when it does. That's like stupid back and forth where it doesn't seem to want to decide where it's going to shoot. All those shots that could have gone towards him. Now get out. Really bad. And then I didn't even want to use moves. Really bad. This guy is so annoying. Racing. Just right, I meant to build up the barrel. I don't know why it takes so long to get one down, so at least when these guys come in and like smashes the field. Stuff like this is just flashing every bullet for some reason. Type, you know. I went to like 3.5 minutes, but this is a good time. We are like going up very nicely in levels. We've already made 2 level ups. We need 2, Actually, we were at level 91 when we started, I think. Yeah, we were at level 91 when we started, so we needed 8 levels. But we've already made 2 levels in. Good time. Of course, we just wait for the boss to appear. That way we can use this, knock him down, and fire on him, and then. That was a good idea to build up. Yeah, I knew I had enough. How much damage were able to do. Wish I had an idea of what the ideal scenario was, because some of these are friendly. Not like not I think the some of these are like I want to make it so that I don't have to wait as long. That's why I've been trying to focus on the boss, because if you focus on the boss, then at least you know that when the next boss character spawns, if you know when the next boss character spawns, that you are able to focus them. So this should be the last of enemies because of last night. It would have been fine if the game wanted to make this point where we're about 245 to like 3 minutes. fastest way we can get. Actually, now I'm looking at what can I buy in here. I think I need a buy. It's just much faster than because it's like Sonata takes longer to beat, and you have to go back and forth selling stuff. Whereas here you can just start up the thing, go into your free and upgrade whatever's needed, and then just do the fight, and then do the next one. I don't know why he's going back and forth like that. Oh, they're not counting. Apparently. Did I just lose my entire... I did.
開予定。ここまでや。お前はここでしまいや。
I accidentally picked World Dancer. I wasn't supposed to do that. I don't think I can exit the, I don't think I can exit the... Slow us down. I don't think I can just exit it. Maybe I can, I don't know. Not sure if I can exit, I made a mistake, I shouldn't. Hopefully I can exit it, or flip, or something like that, but yeah, sure, like, it's probably faster to just... No, I can't leave. Right, well... I can't leave, I guess I'll just have to... I didn't realise that was... I clicked the wrong thing. I don't think I can load anything. Last save was... yeah, before I entered. I can't do that. It's been about an hour since I've been here. Sucks that I actually have thing, but what can you do? I don't give you a second chance to be able to think thoughts. Really annoying that I won. Slower than instead of taking like doing this, like doing the like one of these, it'll take like 8 minutes to make the best waste what 2 drawings. And also we're not going to use level ups for guns. Not only do I pick the wrong one, by picking the wrong one, we also wait for. We'll get at least, we'll miss out on the level up for Gunman, but we can still get the levels up for. Still get the levels up for completing it, but it might be useful. Now I gotta pay attention to how much things I have. Or to not not only miss out on a level up for Gunman, we also just take longer to complete the grind. Take longer to get to other stuff. Deal with this stupid stuff. Probably tell, I kind of just want to end this grind. Takes forever.
お前はここでしまいや。
Alright, still on to probably at least one. Nope, lost at least one. With that, we lost at least one left block. Time that we should have done that because of done 2 gunmen. Doesn't want to register your input, or register. Feels like it hasn't registered your input, then it does. So it took longer, we got less experience, and it's off. Assistance off and Rakuja is off. Style change off. I had it off. Main reason I had them off is so that I could get the no reason to use them right now.
逃げ場はないで。
がさへんで。いや
so I have the first level up to do, so I might as well just go ahead and do Brawl. Then we can at least visit Kamaki and do something different between the grinding. So we'll visit Kamaki after this one, and then we'll... We only need 4 more levels. They're all requiring around the same amount of thing anyway. off we go to, let's head to Maki. I can switch back my... I'll switch back my, settings. Head to Kamaki, and then this thing out. Then we have to head back to the arena. Actually, I do it. No, I don't want to do that because it's like it's faster too. Because if I keep it on this, it's gonna mean that I can. Actually, better for me to keep it on this. I think. Yeah, it's better for me to keep it like this because we can. We can level up much faster with the gun. There's 5 enemies there, and you're only fighting 1. Might be overcrowding. So I'm gonna fight with what I have here on the distance. Head to Kamaki and get him sorted out. Still have 4 levels to go, but also fighting Kamaki we're also gonna get probably a level up as well. This should be better than at least the game will save.
俺が間違うとった。
これいいものですよ。今日はやめとこう。
Hopefully this works. I think it should, because we should be able to break wall style. Back. So, son, do you ever feel as though your skills have reached their limits? So you can tell, huh? But coming here might help. Just so. Worry not. There's more room to grow, I assure you. Recommend we three have a match. Wait, I recommend we three have a match. Myself, you, and my most nibbish students. Me too? It'll be good practice, albeit almost certainly agonizing for you. What do you say? Alright, teach me. We need to do this to get our things. Please teach me. If this bout you're all, or you'll be liable to get hurt. Don't tell me this. Don't tell this one I said so, but he's actually been making strides lately. Sensei, thank you. I never take you lightly, old man. I'm excited to see how far you've come too. You'll be proud of me. Alright, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Never been readier. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so this is going to be similar to the other one where we actually have to fight the shooter. And then that means with, I'm guessing what's going to happen with Wild Dance or this Ultimate guy, we're probably going to have to fight him as well as all the students or something like that. Very well, begin. Alright, so, unfortunately we need to get all the styles up, but, this one is. Not like beating Kamaki's. Oh, well, yeah. Never supposed to switch up at the back. Actually, no, for this fight I can switch up. Don't do a lot of damage with these. Roller is so weak. You need to like use seals to make it stronger and stuff, and put an item. But the tiger drop on that exists as well, but still. I don't know if they'll use the tiger drop on us in the final fight. Also, you don't gain on fighting in this style either. There we go. I didn't even get that much experience. Match is yours. Well, there's still no beating you. You've broken the limit of the Brawler style, can now reach level 50. All your Brawler abilities may now be learned for a second time, enhancing their power and effects. I'm pretty certain I don't need to get to level 50 for every style. That would be absolutely insane, and that would take way too long. Going quite a bit since last time. You must be training hard. Thank you so much. From the looks of it, you've discovered something. Yeah, I think I did. Thank you. Oh, there's still a long way to go. Never abandon your training. Okay, so that means we have Luke up. Okay, so now we're still stuck doing what we have to do. Next time we will head back, do the rest of the arena, do more arena stuff to get the levels. Once we finish getting the levels, we go to the required area, and then we just go back and then go to the area, and then at that point we should be able to return here, get the maximum level up, because we'll have all the skills bought. We'll have all the skills built. Actually, I just realized myself, like, the requirement to break the skills would have been, yeah, it should still work, because it mentioned about, like, you can get the skills a second time, but it's like, I don't think I have to do them a second. So what because I realized for myself, it's like, I remember the requirements where we had to reach level 99 and we had to have all the skills unlocked. I'm pretty sure this counts as us having the skills already unlocked, because it's like, it just means we can get them again. So as far as I know, I haven't done anything wrong. So, if I have, then that's really bad, but I still would have done the grind anyway. I'm going to end it here for today. This stream, we only have that left to do. We got all the seals, we did the special moves, we did rest of the Diligence Records, we did everything else that we had to do for that as well. And with that, what's probably going to happen is we're going to grind to get all that stuff done. Hopefully we get the broken limit thing, which should work. Mentioning, like, come back when... I remember it said mention come back when we're level 99, but I get the feeling that what I'm doing is correct, because if I... if they want me to get to level 99 and then have all the abilities, I've already got all the abilities unlocked already, and if they want me to go and get these ones again, I think that's stupid. It shouldn't have been done like that, but something that goes wrong, it's fine. Now, depending on how long the grind takes and how long we get up to the thing, I'm thinking that if it's before 2 hours is up of the thing, I will probably keep doing attempts of things, depending on how confident I am. If I feel like I'm confident enough in the thing, I'll keep going. If I don't feel like I'm confident enough to the thing, I'll probably end it. If it's over 2 hours, I'm not really sure, so we'll see how it goes, but hopefully everything works out and we'll see. So, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription viewing this video gets me closer to monetization. Helps make my content for you all, helps the content become more accessible and easy to find. I upload all my past Plat reacts, as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays to the YouTube channel, including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Octopath Traveler, LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga, Aftershock Vertigo, Rise Score, Flying Fantasy Reunion, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, Life Pictures Anthology, The Devil and Me, Days Gone, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, as well as this game. For the future, the best way to watch me is live, so it may work for you, as well as on YouTube when they get put up, even though there's a delay. I'm looking at a play pass segment for games that I have the Plat Trophy for, as well as a switch up segment for games that I have the Switch, as well as a War for Ishin Triangle Strategy speedrun, which I have started on the very final playthrough, just making sure that all the notes and all that work as well. I upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation for my videos permanently deleted, and you'll also get an notification when I go live if you're watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 50 followers. I'll be doing Octopath Traveler Galdera speedrun and also reach affiliate, which means I get monetization as well. Just make a push. Subscriber, emotes, and incentives help support me and the channel going forward for the future. Get a 7-day extension on my videos before they're permanently deleted as well. And you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. And if I'm on Discord, I will send you an invite to my friends Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong. Plenty of toxic games to discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live. Well, with all that being said, have the rest of the day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.